Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Maru, hello Junior, hello Esco. Welcome guys. Morning. Hello Para, thanks buddy. Morning Wayne. Hello Roshan. Hey Roshan, you want to Techie schemes, right? Hi Boomerang. I was involved in 34 out of the 37 kills this game. So good. Hey Roshan, I'm sorry that I didn't do it the other day, man. Yeah, no, we're gonna play it right now, okay, buddy?
Hey, you will hold them down, you knock them
I'm gonna ban Zeus. Oh, he wants to play Techies too! Okay, maybe I can't play it, but I'm gonna try, okay, man? Techie's been banned! Okay, never mind. Okay, Roshan, we actually can't, we literally... Impossible for us to play Techies this game because somebody, I think this guy banned it.
This is where you win or lose.
Hey BJ.
Your pick now.
But we'll do it sometime for you soon, okay, man?
What? Huh?
Hi, Hanif.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Ten seconds. 5 seconds left.
Alright, let's play some Jakiro.
Slark, do you just want to lane against the troll? Or no? Like we can swap at like level 6 or whatever for you if you wanted. I can go top until then.
You're watching my Oracle game? I'm not very good at Oracle, but what you think of it?
Do you? Black guys had a sound.
You don't sound like a black guy. Goth girl Michelle hitting on the black guy. Thanks, Esco. Yeah, in that game I did pretty decent. But I think in the really high level game I would probably get really confused.
May I get one tangle, please?
Fortune and glory await.
By the way, I don't know how to play this hero, so good luck.
It's a really easy hero, man.
It was your own damn fault.
Thanks, Short Circuit. Wait, what? Thanks, Lulu.
Ice advances.
30 seconds to battle. Feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Yes.
Okay, where were we?
Hi, Harry.
Double trouble.
Let the battle begin! Whew. Okay, now your cards right. Let's get the man done.
16 years ago. How old are you?
Shall we?
Holy shit, just to play Dota. That's one of you.
The scalding cold.
How long will the stream be today? Probably around 4 hours. Why do you ask, Esco?
The skies are ours.
Hit right? Yep. Yeah, man, I have way the fuck more tangos than you, okay, bud?
Soul for my collection. With twin.
First blood!
Which set is nice for the circuit?
By thrust of wind. We blow hot and cold.
That's a fucking troll, anyways. Oh, glad you like the Shakira set, dude.
No two ways about it. Take that. Sky, embrace us.
No!
Double kill!
Fight. Oh shit. He dead.
Frozen solid.
Ooh, that's close, dude. I got nothing, bud.
You fine.
Nice.
There's not that damage.
My friend.
Oh, you're early today, Ali. Good job, bud. Oh, that was a hairy fight just now.
I don't know why, but it took me for fucking ever to hit level 2.
Okay.
Ready. We blow hot and cold.
Top is missing.
Missing. Top is missing.
Sky, embrace us.
Top is missing.
3 bottom.
Triple bot.
The freezing flame. The skies are ours. Ice and fire.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Not this time. Darkseer, you shouldn't be seen in such company. By thrust of wing. We go. We ride the dress. No two ways about it. Doubly so.
Hello, Extol. Hello, Jonathan. Hi, Farhan.
Just what the doctor ordered.
With twin nature.
I'll take that.
Twin attack.
The fuck, man? I accidentally dodged it. Sucker.
Ice advances.
He is dead.
We done good.
Showy Shrine?
Freeze and burn. Double trouble.
Why should I get this game? Because
Stop is missing.
Ice and fire.
Missing girl. She's back in command.
Scalding cold.
alright, I'm getting Veil.
Molten path. In range.
Stop is missing.
Need a ward down here is what we need. Oh. Got jammed on.
The freezing flame.
I don't think they're gonna try lane us for very long. Yeah, and mid's getting shit on by first time Shadow Fiend. Hi Nicholas, how you doing? I'm doing alright. Hi Osama. Welcome guys. So is that lovely person coming back? Oh. 31, so holy shit. Awesome.
to burn. Yes.
Oh, fuck me. They saw my ward, dude.
Can I get a ruin? Sorry, a ward and a ruin somewhere?
We ride the updrafts.
I look like I'm 24. Thanks, man.
Ice advances.
She's probably gonna jungle now. Never mind. Thank you.
Embraces. We blow hot and cold.
Thank you.
Dragon fire.
I don't know if I actually go arcane boots.
Fire and ice. We go. Shall we? After you.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's do arcane boots.
Yes.
All right, I'm actually 16.
The skies are ours.
Oh fuck! My dual breath missed.
No two ways about
Death satisfies dishonor.
forward.
Help! User heal.
Jar's going to get ready.
Thanks. That troll's burning. Boop 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 boop. Worth.
Flame returns. Ready. The skies are ours. Pain of price.
No.
Ice and fire.
You're good.
Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking cunt.
Can we get some more bounties?
Miranda beat me to it. This guy's dead.
Does he have that again? Isn't that like 100-second cooldown?
I don't know. He's dead.
Oh, I'm fine.
Devil's dead.
That was like a fucking 100 and some
Jesus
second
Christ.
cooldown. Jesus Christ, mate.
Hey, the dark suit, you don't sound like a black guy.
It's because I'm not deceiving.
Killing spree!
Oh fuck, I don't have money for a tome.
Mid?
There's a Viking accent? What?
Thrust of wind. My ice grows colder.
Be careful, no, no.
Dominate!
I don't know where you went TP'd, but okay. I guess that works.
multi.
Who's the target?
Do you have a sentry? No?
Double trouble. Yes.
Killing spree! Double kill!
I'm just slowly fucking taking this tower, dude.
Shrine.
Don't worry, I take bottom tower.
So can you help him maybe?
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Tower, you won't be missed.
I'm gonna hit this shrine.
I'm running bot.
Hey, no fight.
There you go.
Push towers now with SF. Floor to floor.
Oh, hello, Shane. So this guy and this girl are dating? What? How? Oh wait, they don't have to be right next to each other to be cute. Pretty good for first timer. First timer.
Rise from the ashes. It takes two to tango.
Alright, we can kill.
Run at him.
Oh yeah, there's a Earthshaker here.
Piece of candy.
Oi!
I'm running to this. Keep chasing, please.
You got a vacuum? Oh, Echo Slam?
Some things you weren't meant to see.
Motherfuck!
Ice advances. Worship me.
No, it's fine. Our carry is still fine.
I did, yeah.
All that should save our carry.
Shut up, Neil.
Baptiste, please, please.
Tower is
Baptiste.
under attack. Dire structures are fortified. I'll take
Did you say his knees are weak?
top tower is under attack.
Rise again. The skies are ours.
You'll be fine, long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait till somebody comes.
We fly.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I don't want to fight. Just want to farm this.
Freeze and burn. Dragon fire.
Moms?
Yes. Dragon's rage.
Spaghetti! Hey! Good job, Wayne.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Why am I not funny? What are you talking about? I just fucking rapped, bitch.
Check. Yeah, let's push top. Give this Slark bottom lane so you can just dish damage. This
Okay.
Embrace us. Take that.
There after this win.
Oh, shit.
I caught it.
Yeah, that Christian guy, I think he's like 12 years old. He finds really stupid things funny. Like, look at this tree! Ah, this tree!
No two ways about.
Do you think you can?
Nah.
The Zeus got some or no?
Nah. Oh, I got a veil now.
Rift.
Aha, look at this lamppost. Ah, penis.
Catch arrow. Catch arrow.
I tried to.
Your mid-tower can talk.
He dead.
It'd be pretty magic.
The Earthshaker died.
Head mech. Fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Look, the creeps died.
I'm catching. I got it.
Okay.
Haste.
That's not what crying sounds like. That is not what crying sounds like at all. Okay, this is crying. That is crying.
Is this 2018?
Double trouble.
Honestly, that fucking diff build is so strong on him though.
It's okay, Lulu. I'll be okay.
Shall we?
Retreating.
By the way, I'm not gonna get BKB until we lose. So, yeah.
Haha, 2 heads. I love head. I love lamp.
Can we kill Mirana here? Okay, they see me.
$20-minute runes.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. What, not your job or something?
I know. I'm running. I'll run with
I'm helping you. I'm helping you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Slark!
we can take mid.
And they don't have drop now. Who's gonna hit shrine? Come back.
I'll get the ward in a second.
Come on, creeps. I'm gonna herd you like a bunch of cows.
Your middle tower's
Kill a bitch. Kill a bitch.
Be careful,
Fuck
I
yeah,
don't
kill a bitch.
Let's have both, please. I'm out.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh fuck, these guys just keep fighting.
For 2 supports.
I got arrowed.
Yeah, you're making lots of funny moments, man. You're fucking hilarious. Hi, Snail Poop. Hi, Farah again. What was my second item gonna be? I can't remember.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Die. Maybe we get 4 staff.
The thing is, we keep fighting around there and holding a lot better than ours. A lot longer than ours.
Fired up. 2 minutes. Double trouble.
I feel like somebody's about to get yanked.
The skies are
I'm
ours.
just gonna push bottom into the deck.
Yes.
Yeah, man, I'm so scared, dude. How many games did you miss? This is his first game. Man, they keep playing around bottom.
Do they just honestly want to kill me? I'm not worth much.
Well, hey, man, you're black, alright, dude.
Pot 'em all.
And your life is worth way more than that.
Double trouble. Ready.
Can I get Maggins first, please?
We fly.
Look at her, she's begging to get raped. More than less, she's asking for it.
What the fuck?
They're scalding cold.
You wanna wait the 2 die both here? Fuck it, I'm out.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
We will hunt and grow. Firebrand. We ride the updrafts.
That's a beautiful voice.
Thank you.
Sky, embrace us.
What surge is this? I'll take that.
Benefit. Yes.
Oops, I just accidentally used clarity.
Freeze and burn.
Can we smoke? I have 18 with Aghanims. Full souls. Can you smoke kill someone?
Freezing flame.
Motherfucker. They ganked me.
I'm running.
Oh,
Let's find Troy, maybe? Okay, I'm just... Yeah, I can...
Heal him! Glimmer him!
Killing spree! The top tower needs some help.
Bake him away, toys!
caught the arrow again?
Killing spree!
Sentry here.
Kill! Radiant's courier has been killed!
There's a sentry or detection right here? What? There's something right here. D-ward, D-ward, D-ward.
Has 10 seconds, so it's off.
Oh, am I gonna get Yules? I'm thinking about it.
Hurry.
2 here. Oh my god.
Fuck puts a goddamn...
Wow. That sounded orgasmic.
people, man.
Double damage.
I'm dead.
I'm running, maybe I can help.
JK, I'm not dead. Thanks, man.
Oh, I forgot Slug has Shadow Blade. Fuck.
You can always buy Glimmer Cape.
No.
No. No.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Nice.
Dragon Dagger.
Your middle tower's under attack.
I'm gonna be a rich Shakiro. Oh no, my. They use Moonlight! Motherfucker has wards over here or some shit. Or that's just a coincidence.
BKB draw.
Double trouble.
I have Shadow Blade now. I can kill her before BKB.
Doubly so. We ride the updrafts.
I have Ice Path and Force Staff for you. You wanna get that? Get it, Black Guy! Get it! Get it! Get it!
I'm dead. They might have a water center here. Maybe.
The freezing flame.
Ah, boy. What, they found my ward here, dude.
Ice advances.
I will finally get this tier on top.
Dire structures are fortified.
Have you seen my farm? I'm rich as fuck.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower. Your middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, shit.
So we have to respawn and basically fight.
Yes.
Oh, I don't have enough money for it?
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I have Force Staff for you, Shadow Fiend. Very good. Are we gonna fight these guys?
Can you kill them?
BKB drow.
Fuck.
That's fine. I have Force Staff.
They force me? Okay.
And his name is John C.
Nice. damn it, black guy, why are you level 15?
I don't know, dude. I honestly don't know. I'm trying. Fucking shit's rough out here.
Ah, such is life for black guys, am I right? Just joking, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Wah wah.
And ice. And wind.
I really don't want to buy a BKB. Fuck this game. Why does they have so much shit?
Shall we? After you.
Is anyone here Canadian?
5 thrusts of wind.
God damn it.
Pay attention when I kill you.
Alright, so I made a really racist joke yesterday as I was voting at the polls. So I was in lineup to vote, and there is a poll staff
Ooh,
member.
your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
They were just organizing the lineups to vote.
I mean, your bottom
Anyways,
tower's
there was like
gone.
these 3 Indian guys, a family of 3 Indians in front of me. And yeah, the organizer was trying to. Holy shit! Nice wall.
Killing spree, double kill. They're trying to knock down your middle tower, and over here we have your middle tower. Not being there.
Yo, I can get over there in a sec.
Towers under attack.
Never mind, I don't need to. Anyway, so there's like these 3 Indians in front of me, and the organizer's just like, okay, well, I guess since you guys are all together, okay, you go over to that lineup. But that lineup's a little full, so just scoot in together, you know, just pile in. And I'm like, huh, well, they're Indian, they're used to it. It was a little race.
I mean, that's true, not racist, right? There's no race, Golden.
You know what? I actually didn't say that, but I thought it in my mind.
I would. But I'm not American, so I don't care.
Oh yeah, that's racist. That's true. We owe you lots, you know. Every race owes you lots. There's a haste here. When I said Indians, I actually meant like India Indians, you know?
She has so many centuries.
Ice advances.
Oh, yo, I 4-staff, man.
Yeah.
Alright.
I did not know that. I
Yeah, you did.
know that,
You actually
but
did know
I'm
that.
trusting you, So. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
With twinned nature.
Uh-oh, somebody's about to die.
Shall we?
Killing spree.
Oh, the fucking star storm for Jesus fuck.
Yes, 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 yes.
Are they echoing me? I'm literally the lowest fucking level in this team and they're echoing me. Hey, yeah. They're gonna Roche.
Yeah, can we, Star, can you get here? They see me.
There's no
so
echo.
I'm gonna... Can you please do this? Or
You can try. You want to do it?
Just macro it. Just
What the
macro.
fuck?
I just want... Okay, you're dead.
I'm not dead. Okay, now I'm dead. Oh, and they were doing Roshan at the same time?
Vision fucking
Of course.
everywhere.
And I never messed up that bad.
I don't know why they're trying super hard. Like they picked a pit lord of 25 for some reason.
Hi, Silvio.
Fun, man.
Damn it, black guy! That's 12 times you've died.
Yes. The scalding cold.
Your top tower is under attack.
Doubly so.
Your top tower has
I'm
fallen.
gonna try something.
Okay,
If I die, then-
alright.
Radiant's courier is dead. Wonder what idiot got it killed.
Get him! Get the cow! Well, that's
I went back for some reason.
are you sure?
Yes.
Where's Boots of Travel? There it is. Hi, Kelly. Thanks, Snail Poop. Sick buyback.
Ice advances. Yes. Haste.
Oh, I'm coming. Oh, don't kill me! Don't do it! Get a fucking point, dude. Right, right.
Run.
We fly.
The troll.
Sky, embrace us.
I don't know what to buy for my next item, guys.
Forward.
What should I buy for my next item?
Ready.
Aghanims, so you can spam your ult.
Yeah, I'm thinking about eggs. Yeah, maybe I'll get eggs.
A casual ghost. Stay alive longer.
Yeah, but you keep dying for me, so I think I'm good.
Shall we? Our wings grow.
Like my job though, you know, like job description. Lays down wall, dies.
Classic.
Presses a couple buttons, dies.
Fired up.
Yeah, I'm gonna get eggs, dude.
With twinned nature.
Yo, I can't die right now.
It's not time yet.
Go on, take this, take this. This to like next.
Doubly so.
Invisibility.
Oh, we really need level 25 on you somehow. I thought.
Don't worry, I almost have it.
On Darkseer.
Oh.
The freezing flame.
I need it.
Updrafts.
Can you defend?
Yeah, I can TP in a sec.
Guys, putting up a
Take her, sir. Okay, I need to.
Can I even fucking hit anything, dude? Oh, Jesus.
They don't have Shaker, by the way. I don't know what we're waiting for.
call it the fortification.
Not glorious battles.
Okay.
It's actually the biggest bullshit fucking Mickey down there.
Met you once, twice.
Hey, Darkseer, did you know that you're the only black guy I know that likes Wallace as much as Trump does?
Actually, a Trump supporter.
What?
I'll hold the scepter. No, I will. Ice advances.
She's there. Drow. Please.
Here, Darkseer, come kill this Mirana.
Okay, they know.
Ready.
Can you get this?
Yeah, okay. Alright, Darkseer, don't die. Just don't die.
We fly.
Drow is not here. Can we fight this? Can
Okay.
we fight this, please? Fuck me.
Double kill.
Maybe you can do it too.
That's two big team fighters.
Yep.
Two ways about it.
Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom
So can you stop the Drow's team?
Yes.
Wow, first hit? What?
Push it back. Don't have Slug on Drow's here.
Enemy bottom tower's gone. Nice! Killing spree!
Okay, Troll's here. I don't know what the fuck's happening.
I have heals. Yeah, my liquid. Oh.
Dominate!
When did Earthshaker get back?
Is at an end.
Everyone is here. Slug is coming. I don't know if we can do this.
Kill that little bullshit rock. We ride in updrafts.
Shaker both back.
it'd be
Creeps
pretty
two.
fast.
Creeps at 2.
Alright.
Keep moving up, keep moving.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Reporting back to base.
Bottom barracks is falling.
Aw, jeez.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Man, why did I care? Oh, I kill myself like that.
Barracks is
Hi, Nick.
falling.
Don't overcommit for everything. Slark.
I had my Kaya on the crew for 5 minutes now.
Don't let him get it.
Can I please have it?
Don't let him get it.
Please?
No. Just checking, you know.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Virgins. But from you, don't even want it.
What's wrong with you? Everyone wants it.
Alright, tell you what, if I roll more than 50, then I want it, okay?
Okay.
Haha, didn't want
It's
it!
just-
Slark's becoming a beast! Oh, the illusions are still there.
Really need protection.
Can I have Aegis? Fuck, okay.
Oh, that troll's
Fine,
done.
Please, please.
I can catch Marina. Never mind, JK.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Fuck, I just
Radiant
close.
structures are fortified.
Can I have those, please?
Whoa, 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 whoa,
We just
whoa.
lost the game.
Slark, all you gotta do is not die. Alright, Slark. Just don't die. Don't die, Slark!
Hey, they're
Yeah,
back.
there's protection.
For you.
Pinch butt cheeks. Be bad. Be beat.
Alright, Slark, are you a pussy? Are you a pussy?
Yeah, he's a pussy.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh, shit. Time to man up!
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a
That Drow's totally ignoring.
Someone help Slark, please. That was only one.
Oh, shit. Alright, Slark versus the world.
now, by the way.
Go on, Slark. One more feed.
Your middle tower has fallen. Huh?
The fucking echo, man. There's that echo.
Yeah.
We actually lost because of an echo.
It was your own damn fault.
Damn it. Just a lucky hooker. Well, that was a fun game, yep. Oh man, $6 million Echo Slam. Alright, fine, let's command an Earthshaker. What are my stats for that game? 30,000 hero damage, 3,300 building. Okay, now we play ranked game, Chris. How you doing, Nick? Long time no see. The brown Nick. More damage than Darkseer. Really? How much did he do? 26,000? What a chump. Veil split push strat. Do you also split push with Veil? What's wrong with this? Oh, I know why. Because I kept pushing back his lane. Brown Nick's not here. Hi, Ryan. Don't fucking ban techies. That's the Underlord trying to say? Well, I know what I'm gonna do. This guy is rude, man. Actually, I was trying to play techies because Roshan paid me some money earlier. Thanks, Kelly. What's my PayPal? Donation link in description of stream. I'm trying to get rid of all these silly songs. There we go. You have your dad's PayPal. You're gonna send me some money because you can't donate? Because you don't have the details? I'm really confused what you're trying to say. I'm gonna give you money, but I can't give you money. Because I don't have details. And it's not my money because it's my dad's money. Maybe. So from my understanding, so nothing's happening then, right? That's like saying, all right, guys. I'm gonna be an Olympic athlete. Yes, I could do it, but I don't have the motivation or the build, the physical build to do it. So actually, I'm already not an Olympic athlete, so I guess nothing's gonna happen, I guess. When did I say I was turning down free money? Can you quote me, please? You're just here to give away free money, huh? You know what I think you're trying to do? Here. Bam!
You just want attention. You don't want my heart.
Did I misunderstand anything? Oh, you guys want free money? Just joking. Funny, I'm funny. What? Send me money at you'refullofbullshit@gmail.com. Hey. You know, this guy's probably just trying to collect emails so he can spam people. Yeah, you keep trying that. We're gonna kick you out. Who the fuck comes to a live stream and starts spewing out bullshit like that? Hey, you guys want a blowjob? You want a blowjob? I'm giving out blowjobs. Hi, Billy. And, you know, people who actually donate, you know what they do? It's very easy. The people who actually are interested in giving out money, I'll tell you what they actually do, okay? Here, let me show you. It's very easy. So people who actually want to donate, I mean, it's very transparent on my YouTube video, right? You literally you click on the link and then you give money. $20. Boop. But you just start talking about it, but without actually doing anything. So you know what that means? It means you actually just want the attention. You see the difference? Who actually are interested in giving out money? I'll tell you what they actually do, okay?
Ban their best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
Hi, Andrew. Yeah, you want to give me some money, bud?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Alright, he wants Lena? You got it.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Do I know how to play Luna support? Yes. Pick 5. Pick 5. Pick 5. Divine 5, pick 5. You know, Johnny, I think you're fucking dead on, buddy. That's exactly what he means. I don't actually have any money to give because I can't do it, but I'm gonna tell you that I want to give you money so that you can pay attention to me. So I did nothing for it, nor do I deserve it, but I want it. No.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
The Indian guy says yes. Haha.
Your pick.
Immortal
This
versus
is where
Divines?
you
Oh
win
shit.
or lose.
Did you do your 90-minute run today, Johnny? Hey, Johnny, you exercise? We could lose 40 or 50? No. No. Favorite class in Diablo?
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Templar. I really like Templars. How's my day after streaming? It's good. It's good. How much bucks you spend money for Dota 2? I don't know, man. Maybe 300 or 400. Andrew Facey, yes. What I do? I jerk off. Sometimes I look at furries.
I go like the blazes.
The gods themselves must agree. It's in the bag.
Fortune and glory
Time
await.
to hotfoot it. Quick. Oh yeah.
Thanks.
Yes. On it. It's in the bag. Like a wildfire. Yes. I'm going.
30 seconds to showtime.
Burn a path. To battle. Helter Swelter. I'm
It's
going.
for all the marbles. If marbles were at
The
all
fuck is
valuable.
going on in this game?
One little spark, and before you know it, the whole world is burning. Yes. Open fire. Yes.
First blood. The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Heat wave.
Nice.
On it. Oh yeah. Fire away. No, you don't. Burn 'em up.
Cut bait.
Quick. Burn 'em all. Time to hotfoot it.
I'm pulling.
Like a wildfire. Burn a path. To battle. I go like the blazes. Scorch 'em. Bringing the heat. I'm under attack. All fired up. Quick.
Regeneration!
Light him up. I'm going. Sorry, I burned your book. Oh, you're hot.
お前はもう死んでいる。
모신디로.
너니?
모신디로.
Time to hot foot it.
Your soul to crush.
Slash and burn.
Wah wah.
Burn a path.
Nothing.
Yes. To battle. Oh yeah. Like a wildfire. Yes. I go like the blazes. Ah! Yes. Attack!
Dude, they're getting shit on in this lane.
Open fire. By fire. Burn them all.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Time to hot it. To battle. On it. Oh yeah. Yes. Quick. I'm going.
Runes.
Like a wildfire. Burn a path.
Coin of the realm.
Heat wave.
That sneaky devil.
How many daggers am I holding up?
I go like the blazes. Yes. Oh yeah. I'm going. Yes. Quick. It's not time yet.
Killing spree! Dominate! Double kill! Killing spree!
Breaks.
If your mid-tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Oh, there better be something important going on. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. And over here, we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Burning hot. On it. Like a wire. I'm not ready.
If your mid-tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I'm under attack.
Dominate!
You're top, dude.
Looks like it's a switcher. Yes. Quick.
Yeah, could you just not spam random stupid shit? Thanks, man.
Heat wave.
Mega kill!
I'm going. To battle.
1, 5, and 2.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. Burn them up.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
Oh yeah.
Smoke weed every day.
Yep.
On it.
This isn't stack? Are you serious? Huh.
Time to hotfoot it. Like a wildfire. I go like the blazes. I go like the blazes.
Plug this here, Kara. Plug this here.
Time to hotfoot it. Heat. I'm going. Attack. Not yet. Yes. Burn a pack. Quick. Yes.
What if I cut this tree right here?
Like a wildfire.
Killing spree! Killing spree!
Wish I could say that I'll miss you.
Are you even watching your top tower?
I don't know about this game, guys. I don't know.
I'm not resting till there's nothing left. To battle.
Top tower needs some help.
Oh shit.
Curse you.
Helter Swelter.
Your top tower needs some help.
P had a really bad lane, so that makes me feel a little bit better. And we're only behind 2 kills. And 1 tower.
I go like the blazes. I'm going. Getting warmer. Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Quick. Like a wildfire.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Your bottom tower is under attack. Double kill.
Heat wave.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Double kill.
On it. Yes.
Oh god. I'm coming. Yo, Matt. Run towards me.
Time to hotfoot it.
Oh god. Oh god.
Heat wave.
Fuck!
I go like the blazes. I'm going. Scorch 'em. I'm not ready. To battle. Yes.
Radiant called in the fortifications.
Burn a path. Yes. On it. Quick.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Oh yeah.
Should I be TPing up there?
Like a wild. To battle. I go like the blazes.
Top tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Time to hunt. It's not time yet.
Killing spree.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm going. Yes. On it. Fire away. Like a wildfire.
Dominate.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Snail Poop. Yeah, this is a ranked game,
Yes.
Chris. I got my ether lens now.
To battle. Heat
Oops,
wave.
too many TPs.
A soldier's
Time to
fortune.
hunt.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
On it. Like a wildfire.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I go like the blazes. Legal tinder. Yes.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Oh yeah.
Fucking cunt.
Axe kills you.
Oh, this guy's got a pipe.
So, the enemy just denied their top tower. Killing spree! Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Try not to say stupid. Try not to say random curse words for no reason today.
It's chilly. Throw another hero on the fire. Burn a path. I'm going.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Quick.
Oh man.
Ooh, your bottom tower
Dazzle
is kinda
TV should have won lane? I don't know. Why? They're not gonna push high ground. Oh, it's a waste.
Ah, I don't even know where to stop.
Quick. Time to hot-foot it. Like a wildfire. I go like the blazes. Fire insurance.
Right.
On it. Oh yeah. I'm going. Heat wave. Yes. To battle.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire's doing that glowy thing.
Burn a path.
Nothing to do until that's done.
Yes.
Your top tower needs some help.
They're doing Roshan.
Burn a path. Heat wave.
Your top tower is under attack.
Like a wildfire.
Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Time to hot.
God, dude.
I'm going. Yes. I go like the blazes.
What is Huskar doing?
Yes.
You want me to farm it?
Oh yeah. To battle. On it. On it. Yes. I'm going. Quick. Yes. Heat wave.
A soldier's
Like a
fortune.
wildfire. Time to hot-foot it. I go like the blazes. Oh yeah. Burn a path. To battle. Quick. I go like the blazes.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Burn a path.
Double kill.
You gotta use your pipe, dude. This fucking Pugna. What should I get after Yules, guys? This Yules would be great for Axe. I guess
Oh, the enemy
maybe
just
eggs or
denied
some
your
shit.
bottom tower.
Hi, boys. Force staff?
Came a long way.
Yeah, force staff sounds pretty good, actually.
Can't get me out that easily.
Force staff, force staff.
Roshan has fallen to the diet.
I'm going. Tinder.
Dagon 5?
Helter Swelter. Time to hot foot.
That went well, I think.
On
Damn it.
Heat wave.
Glimmer?
Fire away. Oh yeah. Yes. To battle. I go like the blazes. Divine.
I only have 10 armor. 10 armor. You have a lot of magical bullshit, though.
Yes.
I'm almost tempted to get BKB.
Quick. I'm going.
I'll use the Vaxicles.
Time to hot foot it.
Your bottom tower is under
To
attack.
battle. Heat wave. Yes. Like a wildfire. On it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Holy shit, look at this Huskar.
Radiant structures are fortified. If your mid tower could talk,
Yes.
it'd be pretty mad at you. This is one of the things in the back column.
This guy needs a back too.
Nice middle tower now, by the way.
See, another minute and 15 seconds. Oh shit. Fuck, man.
Time to hot. Bring in the heat.
Lotus will give me armor and dispel. That's true.
On it.
I can dispel Thunderstrike. I can dispel another. I mean, Decrepify. I can dispel
To battle.
Axis Battle Hunger. And it gives me armor. That's actually a really good idea,
yeah.
Narek. I like that a lot, man. Great suggestion. Holy shit, this guy's by himself.
Wildfire.
Oh, he can't.
Yes.
How many daggers am I holding up?
Burns, doesn't it?
Oh my god! One dagger and I'm die. Hi, Lego.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Fucking Dazzle.
Your middle tower's under attack.
5K ape.
Your middle tower.
Hey, just play the game. Just play the game. Okay, play the game.
Middle
Play the game.
barracks are under attack.
Like wildfire.
Your middle barracks is falling. You wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it.
Holy shit.
Yes.
Yo, Lagger. Ah, God.
Heat wave.
Fucking 5K apes.
Oh yeah. I go like a blaze.
Oh, is top 1100. Oh. He's missing a subject.
To battle. Quick. Time to hotfoot it.
I'm scared, mommy. If 5K is an ape, so what am I? What are you? You're a worm. Squiggle, squiggle, squiggle worm.
To battle. On it. Yes. Oh yeah. Burn a path.
My deepest thanks.
The top shrine is under attack.
Chaos crush.
Burn them all.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Open fire.
Your top shrine has fallen.
Got him.
Flame burns bright. Yes. I'm under attack. Slashing.
Where's Pierre, dude?
I'm going.
How are we gonna catch that guy?
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? Killing
Poor Dazzle.
Quick. Quick. To battle. Time to hotfoot it.
Okay.
Burn a path. Oh yeah.
How many daggers am I holding up? That went well, I think.
Burn them up. Oh, that's hot. I go like the blazes. Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh shit. Ah, why did I wait until after he was stunned to do that?
Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack.
Well, Mia Slaughter's lane was just fine.
Top barracks are under attack.
Dude, we shit on this PA, and now look at him.
Your middle tower has fallen.
40 points.
Why do I get the feeling?
5, 6, 5, 7.
Taking this serious. Got one less middle tower now, by the way. There ain't
How can you get girlfriend if you can't do it long? Oh shit, I'm about to spawn. Wait, what's my MMR? I can't see it. I already forgot what it is. 5657 was it? Yeah, my landing stage was fantastic. It's 5-7, right? So I only lost 25. Did I say wife? Oh, God. Ugh. Hi, Chirul. Yeah, I don't know, man. Why should I go to sleep? Look at this guy. He thinks that I live in his country. Hi, Christy. Hi, Jerry. Gah! What's, you guys can't see it, but it's a G. Gah! Oh, Papu de la Ste. Who is that? Here's the TB. Ever heard of the game Vainglory? No, Lego, can you tell me about it? I really want this guy to answer my question. Hey, Nitin, if you type in exclamation mark time, you'll see my time. Have I seen the new Star Wars trailer? I have not. Is it good? Is it exciting? Where are my new songs at? Is Pugna MVP? Probably. Yeah, I mean he's 12-1. Give me some comments while we queue. Give me some comments. Vainglory is awesome game. It's on mobile. Nah, I just played Dota 2, guys. Can we change? Come work for me. I can play Dota 2. Alright. Can you pay me 6 figures? Oh, it's just like Dota, is it? Nah, I like mouse and keyboard. I like having lots of buttons. Hi, Marco. Do I like TNC? Let me ask you a question, Pearson. Are you Filipino? I bet you guys use Filipino. You're gonna pay me $20 to work for you? I can get that at McDonald's. No, Marco, we're ranked like 1400 right now. Knew it! Do you think that I'm Filipino? Do you know what kind of people like TNC? Filipinos! And that is it. Is anyone here not Filipino that like TNC? Put your hands up. Vainglory's on PC as well? You know what? Tell you what. Let's have a look at this game. Vainglory. What? Didn't somebody tell me that it's on Steam? Somebody lied to me. Who lied to me? Who lied? Payback? You fucking lying shit. It dropped last night. It looked dope. Palpatine definitely back. Shit. Palpatine's back! Armel is my hero. Are you Filipino too? You like liquid? What's that guy? Weehaw. Oh yeah, Weehaw is on liquid, right? That's why you like liquid. Cause you're Romanian. You get $20 per hour, but you wanna play Dota 2? Yeah, join the club. Vainglory, no space. Is that an English word? That's actually one word? Vainglory is one word? I mean, look, see, I have Google Dictionary, and look. Alright, let's try it again. Vainglory, no space. Holy shit! Somebody told me it was an awesome game, but these reviews has revealed that that was a lie. Somebody lied to me again. Stop lying. Damn it. Who said it was awesome? Somebody told me it was awesome. Nuclear is awesome game. Now, you know, everyone is entitled to their opinion, but I like to look at the law of averages, and mixed reviews scare me. You're from France? Gabriel Villeneuve, you're from France, but are you ethnically Filipino?
Ooh, you get to ban someone.
Hey, I'm gonna play a game, guys.
5 seconds left.
Sharma, you... Anyway, I'm gonna play this game.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Offlaners. Okay, I'm like, am I like the lowest rank in this game? Let's go back to the El Clasico. All right, let's go back to reading comments. Give me more comments. Yeah, read comments for another 3 minutes, guys. Okay, yes, I see that it is actually in Steam.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Guys, Silvio's not from Romania. Definitely not from Romania. Why did I say Romania? Why did I say Silvio's from Romania? Yeah, they totally ignore that. You shat to yourself? Well, did you change your pants at least? See you later, Restra. Enjoy your $20 per hour.
Okay, your
Have you
pick
seen
now.
Joker? Nope.
You know what to do.
Yeah, see. Look at these liars in my Steam, you know? Where are we? Here's a more for now. They did appreciate version. Okay. I'm the same as Cuckoo. What does that even mean? Also, I asked you a question earlier. Did you see that I asked you a question like twice and you ignored my question? Mixed reviews, my friend. Have I played CSGO? Yes. You're from India. You're from India too. So are you. Anakin will be back in breaking back balance. You want me to follow you on IG? Nah, I don't know you that well, man. And you're not Hot Grill.
Your pick now. Meepo.
Okay.
Huh?
This guy? He always makes a lot of comments. Okay. Wanna watch anime? Yup. You're from Nigeria? No, you're not. No, you're not. I don't believe you. KFC.
Remember, the goal
I
is
could
to
teach
have
3K bracket.
fun.
You want to pay me some money?
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Everyone keeps calling him MSP, but you know what? I prefer to call him Poop. Isn't that a better name? I'm good. Unless you want to pay me money. Give me the money! Blue Span needs your money. Am I gay? Here, let's play this game. Is your dick small? Lego, I'm from Canada. What kinds of anime? Hentai anime. Yeah, you like that, Andrew? I like that too. Am I playing on US West sometimes? Yo, what about my question?
Your priestess has arrived.
You know what, Ellent? For everything else, there's MasterCard, right?
Fortune and glory await.
Good idea. Yes.
Thanks, Jason. From Sharma.
Good idea.
Alright, let's turn off that Final Fantasy IX music.
To the battle.
Slark mid, that's rare. It's not that rare in my bracket, actually.
Forward by
I
bounds.
see it all the time.
It is most definitely
Oh wait, it's Ursa
in
mid.
the bag.
Now that is rare. Yo, what about my question?
We ride.
You think I'm gonna win this match, Lego?
¿Hablan español? Spanish.
Taco, quesadilla, enchilada, salsa.
Ah, okay, yeah.
As you wish.
I am not speaking English. Sorry, man.
On track. On the prowl.
Oh,
Agreed.
The battle begins.
Our
First blood.
is at hand. First blood. And it's already I saw.
go, go, go. Ah!
Run like the
No
dogs
hook.
you are.
10 HP per second.
Yeah, yeah.
Since you command.
Oh, hey, Luna.
Mats. Yes.
Where you going,
On
bitch?
track. You'll regret that. Your phase ends. On the prowl.
Snitch, roar out of your mouth.
Cower before us. Ah. Agreed. Zelemene trusted in you. I did not.
Don't even think.
Good idea. Perfect.
Oh!
Since you command.
Killing spree.
Ah, God, I'm so sexy.
Forward by bounds. Good idea.
Or just rush Atos.
We ride. Yes. Strength shall be ours.
It's so easy, dude.
Cringe cur. Leap forward.
God, when did I just get so good at this game?
As you
I'm
wish.
3-0-2. I've been part of 5 kills in 2 minutes. Just frostbite him, dude.
Forward, pet.
Get out of here.
Yes.
Oh, oh. Oh man, this is complicated shit.
Leap forward. Forward by bounds. Perfect. Attack.
Easy.
Agree.
No, range creep. Don't do it. Don't fucking follow me, you fucking shit.
Yes. On track. Die, mongrel. On the prowl.
Yeah.
Under attack.
You know what? I'm gonna fucking get back to these.
Good idea.
5-minute rinse.
Of course.
I'm good. I'm good. How much like passive agility does this guy have? Only 2? I've been part of 6 kills and he only had. Wait, what? How? He has 2 kills himself and he was part of 2 kills, but he has 2 agility. What? Well, I guess those heroes died when that guy was not in range, right? That's the only thing that makes sense.
Ride. Forward, pet. To the battle.
I don't have a shot, man.
Forward by bounds. Stop.
I don't know what he's doing, dude.
Agreed.
You guys just start to crumble and fall without me, don't you? He only gets agility when he kills. That is 100% not true.
Regeneration.
Wait.
Yes. Good idea. Stars. We ride in perfect. You have learned nothing. Since you commanded it. Of course.
This is Sparta!
Forward,
Nope.
pet.
Killing spree! Cadian called in the fortification.
Oh, buddy, don't die, man. Oh, Jesus.
Stars. Scatter while you can.
Yung wide ni Cyber.
God damn it. Where'd he go? Where'd the little shit
Leap
go?
forward. To the battle. We ride.
Might as well be the carry. Might as well.
On the prowl.
Fuck.
Good idea.
No arrow, no arrow.
Of course.
Dominating!
I don't really have a combo, like.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Like now I have a combo, like what? I need 270 mana?
To the battle.
Lynx is on top of me, isn't he?
Good idea.
Oh, I hit him! I actually hit him with that arrow! What? Wait, what? What? How did I do that? How did I do that? Honest question.
Forward by bounds.
So he died, and then he said you almost had it too. I was like, okay, that arrow missed. That's a whiff, you know. That arrow's fucking gone. That fucking gone.
Leap forward.
I'm coming up.
Okay.
Since you command.
Boom.
Your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Have I missed any arrows? Actually, I have.
On the prowl.
I was born to war. You died to it.
On track.
Oh.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Gold and sweet.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
He's hasted, man.
Forward, pet.
Yeah.
You can go top.
Fair warning.
Boom.
Star Tuck your tail and
Killing spree. Double kill.
Timbo no mana. O no combo, no combo.
Okay.
You can go, you can go. No meteorito.
Forward, pet.
Boom, baby!
Dominate.
Such
Oh my
power.
god, I am so good at this game.
Yes.
Wow, just wow.
Trying to knock down your middle tower.
Who needs boots,
There
dude?
better be something important going on.
New meta.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Wow. Just amazing. Just absolutely amazing.
As you will it.
I have 11-minute Atos, dude. Just wow. That's never been done before in the history of Dota 2.
Good idea.
All right, now we get boots. So Slark, I have Atos now.
To the battle. On the prowl.
They're trying to knock down your middle
Of
tower.
course.
You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Invis, invoker.
Are you even watching your top tower?
You might go top.
Where? Oh my god. Oh, she's down here. Okay.
Since you command.
God damn it.
We ride.
Oh, that sentry, dude. No! Holy shit, look at this Slark. Slarkity, Slark. And this fucking Luna is alive. Oh no! You know what, maybe it's time to fuck bottom.
Radiant fortified discharges. Pretty good move.
What is he doing?
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Leap forward.
You should have invisibility by now, right? You should.
On track.
It's fucking hilarious.
Good idea. Starfall.
Oh my god!
Mm-hmm. Ah.
Yeah, that would have been a good idea. No fucking shit. No fucking shit.
Agreed.
I don't have money. I don't even have boots, man.
On the prowl.
Dun 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 dun
Your
dun
middle
dun
tower is
dun
under
dun
attack.
dun dun.
You and a couple of friends could probably
Forward,
stop
pet.
that.
You got me. Oh shit! Wow! What? Dude, that thing was the only thing saving you.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Yeah, why doesn't Earthshaker have clinks? I mean, dust or sentries when he's the one fighting.
Your
What's his
middle
face, right?
tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
What is this?
Well, time to.
Vanish. This'll come in handy.
One of these.
Yes.
Can go bottom, I can go bottom.
On track.
Go, go, go! Hey, Echo! No?
He doesn't have echo. Oh no! Sunstrike! Sunstrike!
Good idea.
Oh! I got the fucking! This fucking good! Can we get the clinks?
I mean,
Okay, it's good. I love it when
Since you
I
command
try to hit somebody and then I hit somebody else. Like that is just pure skill. 50-50.
Good idea.
Thank you. 16-minute boots.
Top tower needs some help. Leave the troops and get over there.
God, I really want some fucking boots.
The top tower is under attack.
I really want some fucking boots.
Double damage. The top tower has fallen.
Stop.
There we go. Sorry, I know you want Blink Bud, but I need boots.
Unstoppable! Edge.
I might be able to A-toast the.
Of course.
He knows, dude. He has vision. Let's get to Ward's here. Ward's here.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, we're here. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Forward by bounds. As you will. Yes. Starfall.
Shit! Oh 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 shit! I have no mana.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
I have no mana. Ah, no, 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 no! Oh, oh, God damn it! Did I have leap there? Fuck. I don't know why I thought I didn't have it. That's why I didn't use it, because I thought I didn't have it. Oh, I know why I didn't have it.
The bottom tower is under attack. Again, this is one of the things in the bad column.
Play around Ursa. What about Slurk? Can I play around Slurk?
Get out there.
Good idea.
Baiteo, go.
Good idea.
My TV, CD. CD, TV, CD.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Okay.
On the prowl.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Radiant
Okay.
structures are fortified.
Okay. No. Okay. 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 Okay.
Since you command.
Okay.
The enemy's bottom
Coming, I'm
tower
coming.
has
Okay.
fallen.
Ursa coming. I am
Okay.
coming.
Okay.
Scramble in there and get the shiny bits.
I don't want the fucking fat ass Pudge. Why did I click on him? Ooh, yeah. Holy fuck, that guy's alive.
Oh my god.
Okay. Okay. What the fuck?
Killing spree.
The sentry can reach over here? They have second sentry. 20 mana runes, 20 mana runes.
I'll take that.
Once more.
I have to go with Ursa Johnny.
Hey, welcome
Ugh,
back.
fine. Fine. This guy actually has an eggs,
Yes.
but he doesn't have Midas.
Go kill bottom.
Okay.
Forward, pet. On track. Die, mongrel. As you will it.
Warded here.
Okay. Oh wait, there's a ward here too. That means they probably see me.
We ride. Perfect. The inner light dawns.
Okay.
Forward by bound.
Now you see me. Now you're dead.
Good idea.
Behind.
God damn it! No!
Killing spree.
Echo Slam. He didn't have his blink.
Boy, blood came bottom.
Oh boy.
Met you once, cut you twice.
Dun 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 dun. Actually, you know what? Speaking of which, I need to buy way more sentries.
Leap to it.
Slog had his way with you.
On the allies disappear. Starfall.
Where the fuck is the second Starstorm?
Power before us.
Boy, fresh meat!
To the battle. To the battle. Of course. Forward, pet.
Play, please. What?
Good idea.
Thanks for that. Your middle tower's under attack. On the prowl. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there. Forward by bow. Double kill. Leap forward.
Oh. Where's their ward? Where's the ward? Where's the ward? Where's ward? Hmm? Tell me where it is. God damn it. What the fuck? There's. God, I almost.
Invisibility.
Scary. Scary. Very scary.
The bottom tower is under attack. What, not your job or something?
Oh boy, I don't know what to do, guys.
No mana, good luck.
Oh no! Oh! Oh! What the fuck is going on in this game? No! Yes! Easy Shadow Blade. Dude, I fucking did not save him. Or did I? Nope.
Good idea. The prize is
Those runes are up.
good idea.
Maybe I should make Ghost Scepter. Hi, Najib.
Attack. Stars. Whimper, dogs.
Wait, so my 3 is here, initiation. Okay. Oh god.
Tuck star. Rain down upon mine enemy.
I mean, Ghost Scepter's still good. Maybe. Or Solar Crest. I just feel like maybe we need some team fighting items.
Agreed. As you will it.
Motherfucker!
To the battle.
Force Staff.
Forward by bounds.
I don't know, man.
Since you command it. On track.
Okay, Ursa, I see you.
Yes.
Oh my fucking god. Fucking Pudge.
Mine enemy.
See you later. Holy shit! Jesus Christ.
Dire structures are fortified.
We ride.
I'll take that.
That boundary rune is still there? Oh man, that Clinks does so much damage, dude. Oh god.
Of shadows. Take us. Forward,
Oh shit!
pet.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yo man, I'm in such a fucking dangerous position right now.
You better puff on
They'll never
over
expect
to
me
the
over here.
bottom
Oh
tower.
shit! Someone's got an orchid! Holy fuck. Yo, this guy going by 20 BKB.
You get sick.
Oh yeah, fuck is right.
Need BKB.
guy doesn't have TP
Your bottom
cooldown.
tower, it's kind of bad. Your bottom tower is falling.
No defeat.
That's the spirit. The losing bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom
Okay.
tower has fallen.
It's over, you
Who
guys.
said that tower could fall? Hey, your bottom barracks has fallen.
Oh god.
Letting them think you're helpless. Classic. Bad news about your bottom barracks.
On track.
Go pit, go try.
Killing spree.
Fucking Pudge. Look at this fucking Pudge.
Dominate. Double kill.
Oh my god. We lost, dude. Losing against Luna? It's new meta.
Got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Good idea.
I'm reporting both of you. Who?
Middle barracks are looking shaky. Your middle barracks has fallen.
You tip me because you lose lane hard. I'm okay with losing this game though.
Good idea.
I can't do shit about that. Ah! Oh my god, that fucking range.
Your mid tower could
Can't believe we lost this game, dude. Oh god, I had 11-minute Atos.
double kill.
Oh
Your engine's under attack. Yeah, right? That is absolutely
Look at that Caudal
how you
say.
lose the game.
Yeah, I'll be back 1 minute. I'm going to the bathroom.
We're not paying attention to the rules. Defend your engine!
How can this be?
Alright, I'm back. Some of these guys are in parties. Okay. 14 and 2 clinks. We were winning the early game, but it wasn't even by much. Thanks, Lulu. Why do you guys think we lost this game? How much of MMR did I lose? 5604. Oh god. Bad team coordination. they had utility and they used it. Can someone give me like a good reason why? Like, when I ask things like, why did we lose the game? Sometimes you guys are like, the enemy team's better and you guys play bad. Oh shit. Ah, fuck. I didn't know that. Slark is bad. Ursa had late BKB. Suicidal thought. No way, that's my daily life. Enjoy your food. Poop. Snail poop. Slark focused tank pudge. I mean, he did at the very end there. He was just trying to build stacks. I mean, even if he didn't, we still would have lost that game, I'm pretty sure, so. Just because you're not... Okay. Great idea, guys. Fantastic. Fantastic analysis, all of you. It's okay not to have it, though. Alright, we're gonna be queuing hard support again. Bad luck. Yeah, I mean, these are all reasons. Dr. Johnny, paging Dr. Johnny, I got a question for you, friend. If you are here, let's tag him. Now, if you are here, how bad would be taking 500 milligrams of caffeine in a span of, let's say, 1 hour or 2 hours? Like just, you know, 500 milligrams of caffeine. Is that like, is that bad for my heart? Yeah, give me some comments.
Do it!
Just do it? Are you a doctor? Are you a doctor too? This guy is. That's why I asked him, Grace. Maybe you watched the replay, you would know. You know, Johan, that's absolutely right. You need to apply constant pressure. It's hard to steamroll against slippery heroes who farm quickly like Clinks and Invoker. Clinks and Invoker don't farm quickly. Hi, I don't think Febby Miranda position 4 is very good. I think you're right. I think Febby is a good player, period. $400 milligrams is good for 1 day. So I read the bottle and it says, do not take more than 1,000 milligrams in a 24-hour period. Okay, that's what it says on the bottle. Now I'm like 140 pounds.
Your turn to ban.
Hold on. I'm hard sport. Okay. All right.
5 seconds left.
Let's go back to the El Clasico.
Your pick. This is where
Going back to Lion. All right, give me more comments while we wait for this game to start. Oh, I gotta buy some items. I might want these and these and these and these. That'll be good for now. Why would you drink so much caffeine? Actually, for you guys, I gotta be energetic to pump you guys up, so I gotta be pumped up myself. It's one of those things where one off is fine. Yes, had many opportunities early game, but when you tried to kill Clinks, he messed up. Did he? Did he not? Yeah, I mean, he did just run in and die at one point. 140 pounds beast. Hey. Okay. I mean, you're young and you exercise, so this shouldn't be too bad. 500 milligrams is only barely double the dose of coffee. So you're just drinking 2 coffees. So Johnny, according to my Google Foo, a single cup of coffee has 40 milligrams of caffeine. Caffeine in coffee. Yeah, so a single cup, 100 grams of. So I mean that's like 12 and a half cups. 12 and a half times this. Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, no, let's actually use the American cup. So that's over a liter of coffee. So I would be okay if I chugged over a liter of coffee and like just straight up like. Mine is my favorite hero. Glad you like it, Athy. Need perfect hero like Bane. I'm always landing my arrows anyway, so. Very pumped, sir.
Huh?
Thanks, Scully. Weed legal in Canada, yes. Are those caffeine pills Canadian? Yes. Yeah, I know. I'm getting way too tolerant to caffeine. So I take these caffeine pills, guys.
your pick now.
And I bought them
You
from
know
Walmart.
what to do.
And the first time I took a caffeine pill, I was like, woo! Let's fucking do something! Yeah, I need to do something right now! And now when I take them, I'm just like, indeed. Paid sponsorship. You know what goes really well, caffeine? Refreshing, delicious, energizing taste of Monster Energy drink. Is Adderall bad for you? Wait, I need to give some items to my mid player, who is the Pango. Alright. How many water in water? What? Hi, Zulham. Live the life you love the life you... yes. Adderall. I know university students take that to study and do tests and shit. You find these are you serious? No, like I think it's good for like pre-drinking party time. Yeah. Now imagine what you would be like without caffeine, Lamau. That would be a little chiller than now. You think it's bad? Does anyone have actual evidence, like scientific evidence, and know what they're talking about rather than theories? You wouldn't make that a daily thing? Oh, shit. It's basically legal meth? Jesse.
All hell's broken loose, and I...
Where should I start in lane?
Fortune and glory awaits.
Thanks, Lulu. Okay. Tiny wants me to go bottom. He's got a game plan. I like this.
It's in the bag.
These days, if I drink coffee from Tim Hortons with wine cream, I feel sleepy. Oh shit, yeah, there's a couple Tim Hortons down in America, eh?
Why not?
Alright, Sebastian. You're late. We started almost 3 hours ago.
Oh, hell yes.
Arrhythmia? Is that an actual thing? Google Dictionary says it's not a thing. Do you spell that correctly, sir?
30 seconds to showtime.
Spike!
Woo!
First blood!
With me. Here you die.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
It's like playing baseball.
And now the moment you've all been waiting for.
Dude, my fucking stuns?
Onward.
God, those max range fucking stuns, motherfucker! God, when did I get so good at this game? I said the exact same thing last game, and then we fucking just... Yeah, just fucking...
To hell and back.
Oh wait, did he see me? He's courier it? Bam bam. Bam bam.
Yes.
Bam 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 bam. This guy, oh, he has one in his back.
Prowling.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Onward.
Okay. Here, I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you.
Yes.
Oh, this guy should be pulling right now. Oh, God. Oh, fuck, I'm missing it.
Forward.
Oh, I can't contest clockwork.
Oh, hell yes. Oh, yes. Cash in hand. Why not?
Denied.
Yo, man. Fight him. Oh, dude, my fairy fire. It was on the wrong hotkey. You want some items, Ricky?
To hell and back.
Come on, don't fucking die buying your items, bro.
Yes.
Look away. I'm dead.
Forward. I go like the devil. Why not?
Basing the turkey?
Prowling.
Pulling again. I hope that guy doesn't have boots. Oh, he didn't pull. Sucker.
Verily.
No.
Oh, you want this, do you? You want this?
Yes.
Need some levels.
Oh, hell yes. Power pours into me. Oh, yes. Yes. Onward.
Fuck, I missed the creep.
Oh, hell yes. To hell and
Yeah, boots yet? No, no boots. Gotta wear him down. We same target? Oh no! He had the shield bash!
I've been to hell and back to hell and back.
If I had friends like you, I'd never lose.
Shit.
Hey,
Let's get Sky Ward.
Prowling.
5-minute runes. Get ready for 5-minute runes.
Onward.
Stack this and grab that rune. What the fuck? I'm dead. I'm still dead.
Why not? My hands are tied. My rage returns me to the living.
Oh, look at this DK. Oh, his Dragon Blood's level 2.
building walls. So fight.
Oh shit! Oh shit! No follow up.
Oh yes.
That mid has another ward now. Hey, DK might have TP'd. DK's somewhere.
Yes.
Ricky counters like.
Oh yes.
Boop.
To hell and back. Forward. Oh hell yes.
Hey, I'm here.
Yes.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Dire structures are fortified.
Why not?
Sucker. Okay.
Prowling.
Line, come down a little bit.
Okay, I don't have mana though.
Oh, never mind. Yeah.
I go like the devil. Yes.
Oh, Ricky.
Verily. Why not?
Did I just see somebody?
To hell and back. Forward.
This guy's got his arena of blood now. Oh, and Ricky's going bottom.
Oh, hell yes. Onward.
Coming.
Why is there a Vietnamese guy on my stream just saying stupid random shit?
Yes.
Yeah, you heard me.
Yes. Such strength is mine.
And this guy's a doctor. Can you fucking believe that?
Yes. I go like the devil.
I'm getting pretty good at these max range stunts. You gotta feel it. You gotta feel it. Oh fuck. This guy's hella angry.
Yes.
Sucky. God, I am so annoying.
Oh,
This is
hell
great.
yes.
I think I need to get I need to fuck off before I die.
To hell and
Woo! Hey, runes! Get those
Good
runes!
move if you ask me.
Oh shit.
Top tower is under
why not?
Easy.
What?
Do you guys think you warded?
top tower needs some help.
Verily.
Hey, let's test this theory
The
of
enemy's
whether or not
attacking
he
your middle
warded.
tower. Don't let him do that.
Oh shit! What the fuck did I tell you?
The top tower is under
What the
attack.
fuck did I tell you?
Rally the troops and get over there.
Yes.
I feel like I should TP down there, but I don't know, by the time I get there, I think it's gonna be too late.
Double kill.
And also, if I went there, I would do absolutely nothing. So, there's that.
Prowling. Hell's fury. Burn.
Alright, let's get a force staff.
Your middle tower's under attack.
You know what DK really hates? Getting sucked!
I've got a power grip. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh fuck, dude! I fucking missed my stun. Oh man, I could have got that finger charge. Yeah, I need to put down some wards. I haven't warded for a while.
Killing spree!
I'm gonna ward Tiny.
Yes.
Don't come behind the tail and tower. Might be the witch doctor.
Onward.
Someone's coming! The enemy's middle tower has fallen. That'll show tower needs some help. Do something about it and just sit there looking funny. Now. Your top tower is under attack. What, not your job or something?
Oh shit.
Top tower. Double kill. Bye, top tower.
Forward.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Alright, now to ward bottom.
Yes. Why not?
Tower is not quite dead yet.
Yes.
Ah shit. Oh, I almost put the ward down, dude.
Stop you.
Oh yes. Prowling.
DK is such a waste of time.
Yes.
Oh Jesus.
Killing spree! Killing spree! That's something.
What the? Oh, fucking witch doctor ult.
Mega kill! Double kill! Dominate! Double kill! No! God! No! Please, no! No! No!
Do they win late game? Cause we have Ricky carry. Ricky peaks in the mid game. Runes, I'll try to grab top runes.
Why not? Regeneration. Yes.
Oh, here comes Clockwork. Here comes the fun police. What the fuck? You have vision here, you shit! No! My bounty rune! Fuck! Oh shit.
Good assassins never die.
Oh, so close to bounty rune.
Fade away. Get up! Get out there!
Please, okay.
Verily.
Clockwork. This guy gonna get fucking hookshot, dude. This guy's an incel.
Onward.
Oh, dude, they found our ward.
Yes. Where's the fight?
I hope I don't die for this.
Forward.
Oh, fuck! I'm dead. Like, they either have a ward or they just actually just straight up saw the sentry die. And I'm thinking it's... I think it's the former. Can't wait to get this fucking force staff though.
I still got my
I'm dead.
Hey, welcome back.
Pizza? Oh my goodness. What kind of pizza?
Witch Doctor Ord and Dragon Form down.
Affected by corrosive breath.
back.
They can see. They can see who is attacking. There is no vision. You know, you can't really make that conclusion, right? What if they have both Varun? Your logic is not good. As an example, what if they have an observer ward right here? They saw me attacking the sentry. And there was an observer. So you see how like your logic has to be stronger if you want to pump up your ward game. He wouldn't have rocket. No, your logic is not good.
Oh yes. Oh hell yes. Verily. Onward. Yes.
Oh fuck.
I go like one I've got the magic touch.
I'm dead.
Transfigures once again.
Whatever, dude. Oh my god, this guy's dodges. Oh man, this guy dodges like everything.
Unstoppable!
Varun, no, your logic is not good, man. You can't arrive at those conclusions. Like, just because he didn't rocket earlier, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have vision. Damn, dude.
What have we here? Yes. Precious bounty. Why not? Amazing what you found lying around. To hell and back. Fine. I'll put the squeeze on you. More power. I go like the devil. Oh, hell yes. Yes.
I don't want to die to
Your
Clockwork,
middle
man.
tower is under attack.
Oh fuck.
Yes.
Wow, dude, just wow. He's just.
My pride.
Ah.
My metal will never die.
If they have vision, then you quit Dota. Well, Varun, what I'm telling you is that you're saying that they definitely don't have vision, but I'm saying that you cannot make that conclusion. I'm not saying that there is vision, but I'm saying that there's a possibility that there is vision. I don't know why you don't believe me, dude. I play like Immortal support, but you don't believe me?
I don't fear.
Whatever. Doesn't matter. I have 4 staff for you. Oh god. I'm dead again. Clockwork rocketing first does not mean there's no vision.
Guys, putting up a barricade.
I'm actually so tired of explaining it to this guy.
Your mid tower could talk.
Think whatever you want, man.
Be mad at you. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Whoa, Tiny. Whoa. Why?
Tower's under attack.
Ricky is safe laner, yes.
This time, I've brought hell back with me. Onward. Forward. Prowling. Verily.
Where are they? They're all in fucking this.
What are you buying? Oh yes.
These guys are really fed though.
Oh hell yes. Why not?
Yeah, Diane.
Okay.
Today I watched a bunch of Dumbos wander around doing nothing. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh yes. Yes. Verily. Yes.
You know what? It feels good to have this 4 staff because I don't have to be so scared of Clockwork anymore. Fucking cunt. Killing me all day.
I go like the devil. Onward. Oh yes.
Killing spree.
To hell and didn't see that coming.
25-minute runes are almost up. I'm gonna try to get top.
Prowling.
Hey, look at you. Knocking
Haha.
down that bottom tower.
What have we here? I go like the devil.
Ooh, scary.
Oh hell yes. Hand it over. Why not? Onward.
Dominating.
Yes.
Killing spree. Oh no.
Okay.
Verily.
Mega kill. Double kill.
Dude, hey, Linguini, you can see the item I'm trying to buy right there, dude.
Forward.
Look, if you pause for people, people are gonna pause for you. It's just science.
Science.
Oh yes. Prowling.
Dire's structures are fortified. Heads up. We're
Which
back.
doctor resumed the game, dude? That was the guy who was complaining last game. Can't remember what his name was.
Why not?
shit.
The enemy's top tower exploded. Dominate! Own it!
Some items. Who's gonna win this match? Probably me. What the fuck? Oh, they're feeding him. That was the Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor just fed the Mars.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
Why is everyone just TPing away?
I go like the devil. I go like the devil. Why not?
They see me. Yo, just wait for me, dude. I'm coming, I'm coming. Almost there.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I think I'm gonna finger this guy.
3, 2, 1,
To a forward. Power pours into me. Onward. Beauty.
Holy shit, Ricky, what you doing?
Prowling.
This is a 4 Skywrath, right? He's 11 and 3, dude. Why is Mars gone anyways? Okay.
It's an honorable death. After them.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Yes.
killing spree! Double kill!
That devil to pay.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. I like these troublemakers.
Well, easy MMR. With the sharks.
Enemy's bottom barracks just took a dive. Dominating! Own it!
Yes.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Knuckle-under. Where's that fight?
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone.
Shit. Ah, shit! With the rocket! Wah, wah.
In her name.
Fucking clockwork.
Wave goodbye to the enemy's top barracks. They don't know what hit them.
So Varun, if they have vision anywhere around this area, anywhere at all, you would quit Dota 2? You know, it could have been over here, it could have been over here, it could have been over here, it could have been over here. You know, it could have been over here too. But you're so confident that they have no vision. Alright, man. We'll find out if you quit Dota or not. And remember, I never said if they have vision or they don't. I'm just saying that you can't make 100% conclusion.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
PW on you? What does that even mean?
What else can they do to me? Oh, hell yes.
Mars is back, guys.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. You now have mega creeps. Put your back into it. This one's almost done.
They didn't have vision around me when Clock hooked me. Yeah, I understand I got hooked here, but that doesn't mean they don't have vision here, or here, or here, or here.
Why not? Wow.
Oh shit, I want some kills. I want to kill the Clockwork.
Why not?
Killing spree.
They didn't have vision on the high ground where I was standing. So what you're saying is that I put the sentry here, and they didn't have vision in the sentry area? Is that what you're saying, Varun? They didn't have vision where there was sentry vision?
Yes.
GG, Razzie. They didn't. Okay, now you're changing what you're saying. They didn't have vision anywhere. So anywhere in the Radiant jungle near that shrine area, they didn't have vision anywhere near there, is what you're saying. Okay. Well, I mean, you might be right. I mean, I never said that you were wrong, but I'm saying that you can't make that conclusion 100%. Thanks, Master Effie! All right, let's watch this replay, guys. We're gonna find out if Varun's gonna quit Dota 2 or not. Anyways, while we wait for the replay to come up, give me some comments, guys. Some comments. That game was a beatdown. Actually, we were losing the early game, but yeah, they almost came back here, but it was pretty good. It was kind of nervous for a while because we kept losing, and I don't know about this Riki carry. Kind of falls off in the late game. No, I don't want the super chat. I want him to quit Dota 2. Does my now eaten pizza look good? Did you post a picture somewhere, Snow Poop? Alright, let's have a look. That looks very okay. I don't know, man. The shape of that pizza is just I don't know, like it's like a heart shape. What is it? Valentine's Day? Pineapple, I mean pepperoni and ham. I mean it looks pretty good. It's just yeah, no, it looks pretty good. The picture quality is kind of low, but don't judge the picture quality. It looks I think it tastes better than it looks. It's not even a heart. Too big for the box. That's what they said about my penis. Boom! I'm actually so fucking hungry right now. Oh god. Alright, Varun, get ready to uninstall this game. If there is a word. It looks like a heart that ate too many pizzas. Alright, where did I die? Let's just follow me around. Blah 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 blah. This is too fast. I don't even know what's going on. Oh wait! We find out whether Varun quits this game or not. Wait. Fog both teams. Free perspective. They have a ward right here. Right there. They have a ward right there, bud. Bam. We're gonna watch it again. So they saw me coming the whole time. Well, I didn't imply. I didn't say that there was no vision on high ground. I'm just saying that they probably had vision in this area. That's what I said. But here's what you're saying. So you're basically saying they don't have vision basically where the sentry is? They don't have vision where the sentry is, right? Well, no shit, they don't have vision exactly where the sentry is, right? Clock doesn't need to hook me. They already knew that I was in this area, man. That's why they know. Like, usually people don't pay attention to sentries, like, getting de-warded. Yeah, they knew that I was in this area trying to ward. Like, I'm like, okay, well, that's funny that they don't have vision anywhere here. They don't have the vision here, but the fact that they Clockwork Rocket to confirm my position means that they probably had vision in the area. They saw you while rewarding sentry. What does that mean?
A single augment.
Radiant's bottom tower's still there.
No, they saw me a long time ago, guys. Like, this whole time. Like, they saw me, like... Yeah, they saw me right here. They already knew I was in this area at this point. This is the most important point right here. Because, like, for them to just, like, jump me right here, like, that's premeditated. It's not like they were watching the sentry. Like, guys, that sentry near our bottom shrine, I want you guys to watch that. The moment it gets dewarded, they're fucking right there. Like, they're not thinking that. They're just playing their game. They're, like, trying to kill creeps. They're, you know, I don't know, stacking or some shit. Like, this was a premeditated kill. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can check Clockwork's vision if you want. Premeditated kill. Like, I'm running up that. Look at me on the minimap. You see me on the minimap? I'm just fucking asking to die because it was a premeditated kill. Like, everyone knows I'm there already. Clockwork's already headed towards that direction. They see me, the blood is in the water. Like, see, like, you even see me at this point right here. Boom, I'm dead. Anyways, I didn't know if they had vision or not, but I had a feeling that they had vision because people don't usually check if sentries disappear on the map. That's why I gotta tell you, man, you can't make conclusions like that 100%. And we've got a game! Ah. Sentries don't give vision for a few seconds after it's dewarded, do they? Hi, Mary. Hi, Hottie. Hey, Dota 2, I think you should go to sleep, man. Johnny, let's be nice to him, okay? He rage quit the stream? When you hit when you hit sentry, enemy get vision. Is that how it works? I mean, we can try it in a demo. When you hit sentry destroy, it'll show who is hitting. I don't think that's how it works. Here, what? We'll try it. Okay.
Prepare for battle.
Where's my enemy?
The wolf runs.
Okay. This is lingering vision from when it's first placed, but this is gonna disappear. Axe hit it, you fucking shit. Oh wait, no, Axe needs vision himself. Alright. Alright, so now Axe can hit it. Wait, when you hit the sentry, it actually gives vision? Wait, is that actually how it works?
Call to battle.
Or was it because of the range creep? No, stop it, creeps! Oh, I didn't know that, guys. So, when a person hits a sentry, it actually does give vision. Interesting.
The honor of my house increases.
I didn't know that.
Call to battle.
I know, right? Didn't know, guys. See? Alright, where are we? At least we found a new ward spot. You mean in the replay? Yeah, that was a very interesting spot for sure. When you hit sentry to destroy it, it shows who is hitting it. That's actually really good because I actually just assumed that they couldn't see me. That's actually really dangerous. Varun's gonna quit Dota like everyone else and start playing again within one day. Sounds about right. Have a nice lunch, Johnny. What if it's a ranged enemy? Yeah, well, I mean, we got vision of the range creeps just now, didn't we? If you deorder with quelling, it doesn't give vision? You think? Varun, no, you were not right the whole time at all, man.
Whose band is it? Oh, yours! 5 seconds left.
Cause you know why you're not right, Varun? Here's what you said. They don't have vision there. This is what you said. And when I was dewarding, I never implied high ground. That is something that you just pulled, that you just made the assumption later on without saying anything beforehand. I said they have vision in the area. I never implied they have vision in the high ground.
What? Huh?
Okay. I see Shadow Demon, I play Lion.
Okay.
What's the best thing to do if you're playing carry safe lane? You just keep farming. You farm safely. You fight only good fights. That's just the standard safe lane carry strategies, is it not? So if quelling hides your position while you deward, then that's one extra reason for you guys to buy it on supports.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Say his name is Practice. Does that mean he's a
This
Smurf?
is where you win or lose.
You're welcome, Najib. Yeah. Anyways, Najib. Sometimes you see a team fight on the other side of the map, right? And you probably think to yourself, "Oh shit, my teammates are dying. Oh man, I gotta TP over there and help them." And sometimes you TP over there and you just fucking die, right? Or sometimes you see a team fight, you're like, "Oh, maybe I should help them. Maybe we can win." No. Just don't even, man. If you have your ultimate, maybe you should fight. Like, if it's one of those fights where you're like, yeah, if I come, we're gonna win this fight. Like, if you have the confidence, if you think that, yeah, we're gonna win this fight, yeah, TP, rotate, join the fight. But if you're like, I'm not sure, don't. Just keep pushing your lane. Like, if you start hitting the enemy tower, you know what they're gonna do? The enemy they're gonna TP to the tower that you're hitting, and then you just walk away.
The goal is to have fun.
And the enemy cannot team fight your team, right? Does that make sense? Use Tango and save 200? I mean, you won't always have Tangos, right? I mean, Quelling Blade on Ricky is great. You had a dream about me? You saw me streaming with a girl, she dressed with a red shirt and like she gonna left you after being in your house a week ago. Wait, what? And you kissed it live? What? Streaming with a girl, she dressed with a red shirt and like she gonna left you after being in your house a week ago. Your grammar makes it hard for me to understand, man. You're welcome. What if your team pressures you to join team fight? Well, I mean, any idiot's allowed to have an opinion, right? Hello, Shan. Hello, Bagus. Who's mid? DP. Quelling still gives vision? Who said that earlier? Can I play NP5? I can for donation. That guy is a slightly talented Treant player.
All hell's broken loose, and I hold the pieces. It's in the bag.
He doesn't have...
Fortune and glory await.
He already got his time walk? Jesus. Thanks, Vegas.
Yes. After long consideration.
Wait, what? I want Iron Branch? I don't normally buy that. Is Treant OP in this patch? I don't know, man. I think his win rate's pretty normal, isn't it? Treant. Oh, no, it's actually quite high. 54. No, I guess he's kind of OP then.
I go like the devil.
Thanks, Wilbur.
Yes.
Tango also gives vision. How to counter as Lion against Disruptor. Just uninstall the game, dude.
30 seconds to showtime.
This guy has boots. Does he think he's being sneaky?
Oh, hell yes.
Let the battle begin! Whew. Okay, play your cards right. This game lands on
Got him.
First blood. Proud from a deep care. The rare sand flows.
Why not?
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
To hell and back.
I'll join you soon, Void. This guy should use courier, right?
Yes.
There it is. I see it.
Devil.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
To hell and back. The devil to pay. Yes.
Fucking Blightstone bullshit.
Yes. Denied. Prowling.
Oh, level 2 Wind Ranger.
Where's the
Gonna be difficult now. Did somebody just say something? Who said what? Snow.
Oh yes.
Lulu typed oh before you actually killed it. Lulu's the best.
Forward.
We're actually just gonna stack this.
Where's the fight?
Huh!
Verily. To hell and back.
I need some pressure relieved. Pressure off of him. I got you, bro.
Prowling. Oh hell yes. Oh yes. Like devil. Yes.
Need more regen. Buy some regen, boy.
Denied. Onward. Verily.
Double damage.
Yes.
Void is saying inaudible shit. Great.
Why not?
Get ready for 5-minute runes.
Okay, I will try to push.
Hey, Ward.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You lied.
The leg is pushing. Okay, little ones.
Prowling.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Woo! Bitch! Oh, shit.
Trying to knock down your middle tower. Valley.
Zero one.
tower is under
Okay.
attack. Maybe it called in the fortification.
What the? Thing hit me.
To hell and back.
Oh boy. You lie? What the? Motherfucker. You have vision. He has vision over here, dude. And by the time I deward it, you know what? I think it's gonna expire soon, so
Forward.
we're not even gonna bother.
Onward.
Boop.
Where's the fight? Yes.
Can I get my sentry? Thanks! Oh, buddy, don't make me TP. I want to VOD.
Yes. I glow like the devil.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Jesus.
Yes. Oh, hell yes.
Oh, man, dude. What?
The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do it. Dire structures are fortified.
Forward. Onward. Cut bait.
Sucky, 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 sucky.
Oh, yes.
I know how you feel. She's a bitch.
Yes. Forward. Oh, hell yes. I glow like the devil.
Dude, you're fucking almost dead already, bro.
Where's the fight?
Should have told to bring my items. Alright.
Barely.
If your
Right
middle
click.
tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Dude, don't get fucking stunned.
Your middle tower's under attack.
I need a suck.
To hell and back.
Oh.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Why not? Yes.
Hey, just play the game, okay, guys? Please, just play the game. Thanks.
Not for you. Yes. Prowling.
That's NA Dota.
Why not?
Yo, I don't have mana or anything like that. Bash him, Void, bash him! We fucking lost, dude. And here, just fucking take my runes. We fucking lost.
Your bottom tower is under attack. What, not your job or something?
He's level 8, And he's level 6. And our Shaker's dead. Shadow Demon where?
Oh, hell yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, God. Get me out of this game, friends. Get me out.
Go like the devil.
Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hey, it's kind of hard to understand you because your microphone is kind of bad, I think.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is falling.
Look, we're getting a TA kill. We got a TA kill. I'm gonna finger a bitch soon.
Yes. Prowling.
See, I pulled that creep to him. What a nice support.
I go like the devil.
It's 5-4, guys. Let's win. Let's do it.
The enemy's middle tower has
Shadow Tower, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hell yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Get him.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. You gonna do something about it or just sit there
Yeah, we can win. We can do this.
Finally.
Fucking babies.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Look at that bottle, dude. Alright, who's the most powerful? Okay, TA.
Onward.
Your top tower is under attack.
Barely. Yes. Yes.
I don't have detection though.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Yes.
Oh, there better be something important going on.
Bounty.
Oh my god, are you serious? Oh, there we go. I don't have sentry. I only have 3 seconds of exo.
Oh, hell yes.
Killing spree!
Oh yeah, you wanna cash on somebody, bitch? BAM! You gotta be ahead of the game. You can do it! You can do it! You fucking babies! Fucking Dota 2 babysitting game. Do you guys like my stun on Shadow Demon? I knew what he wanted to do. Oh no! No! Oh, that hurts.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
First item, Medallion of Courage. Very interesting. Wonder if Wind Ranger got these yet.
I don't fear hell. Hell fears me.
Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Need more. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm dead.
You better pop on over to your man. Double kill.
Gotta debate the courier. You want to move the courier back? I don't.
Full of what?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You know, the good thing about the Strand is actually he buys a lot of detection. Alright, what item do we get to not die in 1 second? Besides Ghost Scepter. Maybe we just buy the Ghost Scepter.
To hell and back.
Like, I can't even buy sentries because he has them all. Actually, wait, where are they? Who has the sentries?
Forward.
The fuck?
Yes.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm dead.
Why not? Tied.
Why am I even there? This is a good 4-staff game. You know what? You have an excellent point. Oh, Earthshaker has all the sentries. It wasn't even that Treant was like being good support. He just he rage bought those.
Unstoppable.
Oh god.
Dead. Man, him and that Aegis. Glad I never messed up that bad.
God damn it.
Where's the fight?
Woo!
Onward. To hell and back.
God.
Verily.
Oh, Cunt Ranger.
Forward. I go like the devil. Yes. Oh, yes. Prowling. Oh, hell yeah.
Holy shit, why didn't we get here? I don't know.
Pretty good movie, if you ask me.
I mean, I'm surprised they didn't just fucking rotate bottom.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. The top tower needs some help.
Prowling. Why not?
Never mind, bad idea, bad idea. Oh no, he doesn't have Echo Slam. Dude, that was a terrible idea. Terrible idea.
Killing spree.
Get me out, just get me out.
armed and dangerous.
Tower's under attack.
Yes.
See the blink dagger? Yeah, he does.
Your top barracks are under attack. They're trying to break through. Stop them!
Oh, hell yes.
The top barracks is falling. Your top barracks ain't nothing no more.
Whatever, man. Right mid.
After them. Oh, hell yes.
I have smoke.
Forward. Why not?
Die! You die with me! You die! You die? Oh, you die! You die! You die!
Relieved of duty.
Bash him! Bash him! What? Echo slam? Echo slam?
Smoke weed every day.
Yes.
To hell and back. Battle rages.
Dominate!
Not hell with you.
Dominating!
You never could.
Oh, yes. Onward.
This is so fucking boring. Someone else needs to be here. I don't want to be here.
Hell's fury burns.
If yeah, Chrono, stop farming. Go use it.
Yes. Yes.
Dun, 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 dun. Canceled my TP. Work, work.
I go like the devil.
Hi, Arca. Which Arca are you?
Verily.
Your bottom shrine is
There's a lot of Arcas in this stream. Don't go sexy.
Oh, yes.
I can't snail poop. I'm just naturally like that. Got it from my daddy.
Yes.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
How about this cow joins us?
Your
He's not
bottom
even
shrine
close
is
to Blink
falling.
Dagger.
Why not?
Huh?
Yes.
Are you fucking serious?
Killing spree! Your double kill is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Forward.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
To hell and
Shadow Demon way ahead of me. Oh god, I wish I was bottom right now. I've only had TP scroll.
yes. finally changes hands.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, it's you, Arca. Okay, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, no water in my fucking cup. God damn it. Life is hard.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Barely.
You better flip on over to your bottom tower.
I glow like the devil.
What do you mean your bottom tower
Is this
gone?
cow still buying all the wards and sentries and stuff?
Forward.
When is he gonna have fucking... Oh god. Why are you so fucking heavy, you fucking cow?
If your mid
I don't even know what to
talk,
say.
It'd be pretty mad at you.
Oh, yes. Onward.
Ignore it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Void, can you just fucking save me a little bit earlier?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Even if I fall,
Oh, okay, just get me out of this game.
Your middle tower is under attack. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I still got my pride.
That's a lot of fucking sentries in this area.
Middle
Eee.
tower has fallen.
Yes.
Get me out of this game.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower is under attack. And over here we
Oh,
have
God.
the middle tower. Not being there no more. Middle barracks.
Yeah, fuck you, you. Oh, god damn it!
Middle barracks are looking shaky.
It's like almost died there.
Barracks is falling. Now we're together.
Did I have stun there? Maybe I just stunned and finger at the same time.
Tower is under attack.
I have Hex. Slark has Dark Pact, dude. Yeah, let's
Your
let him
bottom
end it.
tower's kinda bad. Your bottom tower just took a dirt back. Hey, your bottom barracks need help.
It's not time
Your
yet.
bottom barracks has fallen. Oh, I bad see. News about your bottom barracks. The enemy now has been unstoppable.
GG. That was the last game of today. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Shut up, dog.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle tower has fallen.
What's my rank after this game? Should be around 5.6.
Smash the engine. Here's what.
It's okay, Mangu. It's okay. Come when you can. What will I do once I reach rank 500? Ooh, that is a great question. Once I hit rank 500, I will play more Dota 2!
And his name is John!
Bam! Road to rank 400. Alright. Unless you guys have a dying question that you need to ask, I am gonna get out of here. No pro scenes? Nope. Yeah, anyways, what day is it today? Monday? No, today's Tuesday. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow around the same time as usual. So it should be around 8 AM Pacific time. Anyways, hope you guys had fun today. And we'll see you soon, okay guys? Gotta go. Have a great day.